All right, so this is going to be week 3 of the workshop. So originally I was going to start blocking out clothing and stuff like that. We still might get to that, but I decided to do something that I was going to do in week 4, which was retopology on the body, fixing up the fingers and stuff like that. I'm going to do that today, just because I felt like it was a better order for things with how things are going. So we're going to start with that. The first thing we want to do is start slicing up this model a little bit and working on the fingers. And then I might do some like retopo on the hair, and we can start getting into that a little bit more. We'll probably block out a little bit of the clothing. So the big thing to note right now is I did work on this a little bit off screen. I believe it looks like this at the end of our other stream. Yeah, this is what we had last week. So I went forward and I started just basically pulling some forms out, fleshing out the anatomy a little bit more. You won't notice a huge difference, but it's enough, right? So I'm basically just kind of like, think of it as you have a rock and you're like chiseling away at it, right? So you just kind of divide it and just add more and more detail, kind of. I did reproportion a couple things, like the horns and stuff, just weren't making enough of a statement. I added the back part of the hair. There's a lot of stuff we still need to add, like the tail and the braid. Now the tail, I'm on the fence as to whether or not I actually want to include that in the base topology. For now, I won't. If I add the tail, I'll just kind of modify the topology in that area and weld it, and then reproject later. But for now, we're gonna leave it out. And the reason why I want to do the topology now is because in this particular design, there's 2 issues. One, lots of skin tight clothing, so I want to make sure that the topology underneath is solid and the anatomy is solid before I do any of that. 2, this character is asymmetrical, so he has like this big dragon arm, right? And if I try to do the retopo after that, it's going to be a huge pain in the butt. So I want to get that done first. All right, so let's have at it. So the first thing I want to do when I start cleaning up the hands is, one, I want to get rid of all this extra stuff. Get all this extra stuff. Eventually I gotta rename stuff. Once we start getting the clothing, I'm gonna make sure this is properly grouped and all that, but I'm not worrying about that right now. I don't have a lot of stuff. Alright, so oh, just to make sure, you guys cannot hear the music, right? Just let me know for sure, because like I don't want this to be okay. I don't want the music to like cause the stream to be muted, especially if this is going up on YouTube. So I have music for myself. You guys can listen to your own music too. Just makes it easier to work. All right, so I'm also going to delete the subdivision levels that I had. Oops, hold on, this is the wrong object. I'm going to go to the highest, delete lower. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to remove the hands. Just take them off. Subtool. Split. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take these fingers. Slice those off. So the idea here is that this like mush of fingers is going to be a reference if I need it for proportion. I usually kind of go off of this, but it's okay. It'll be fine. Okay, well, this is as loud as I can get today. So just, yeah, you'll have to turn up the volume on Twitch. I don't want to mess with the volume on this setup. I was okay with doing it on the laptop, but for this, I don't want to risk making the audio quality worse by increasing the volume. If it's like really, really quiet, then yeah, I'll have to do something. But if this is the same that it's been the last couple weeks, so should be okay. So now that I have this, I'm going to close holes, and I will take this, and I'm going to, yeah, I'll do it this way. I'm going to take the insert curve tube, and we're going to just draw out a finger. That's okay. Great. Now what I want to do is, okay, make sure that all this is poly group, and it is. I'm going to separate the fingers from this hand for a moment. We're going to zero mesh this because this top part is not something that we can work with. Give it a goes. Still not, obviously the best topology, but it'll work. Also, I want to turn dynamic off. I've never been a fan of dynamic. It's nice when you need to like change scales and draw a specific line of a specific width, but generally I don't like it. So I always end up turning it off. Light smooth brush. Don't need polyframe. I'm gonna kind of work out this here. I usually like to get like decent amount of detail into the finger before copying them out, because what we're going to do at the end is we're going to copy this into to make the other set of fingers. But I like to get enough detail on there so that I'm not doing the same work on all the fingers. I will have to adjust them a little bit, obviously, for like, because they're slightly different lengths. But at least I'll have all the important details. A couple times. Just gonna get in there and make sure when you're doing this to look down like this. I can already see that the circumference is a little bit wobbly. Set up. I'll be able to get get that. I'm hoping today that we can get through. Well, we will for sure get through all this topo. We're gonna break this apart, separate the fingers, make the mouth pocket, all that stuff. Start briefly on the hair a little bit more and the mouth. They're formed. I hope they're not formed weirdly. Mouth pocket, yeah, we'll be doing the mouth because that's part of this process of retopping. Again, like I was originally going to do this next week because this is how I would always do it. Is I would start with this, get the body completely finished with a nice base retopo, and then move on to the clothing. But my more recent models, I thought it was good to kind of have everything blocked out before you started doing proper topology on anything. I mean, this isn't going to be proper topology, mind you. It's just sculpt topology, good enough for sculpting. So I was going to do it that way for this for the workshop as well. However, when I thought about it, I thought that's not really ideal all the time necessarily, and both ways are valid. But especially not for this character because again, the asymmetry in the base body as well as a lot of skin tight clothing. So I'm not going to be doing any skin tight clothing until I'm 100% on the anatomy because otherwise you're just going to end up redoing all that stuff. Stuff that, like thicker stuff like baggy clothing or bags or props and stuff like that, that doesn't matter quite so much if you're shifting the anatomy a little bit. But stuff like anything that's skin tight, straps are okay. They're a little bit of a pain, but they're okay because like they're just like a little strip. But anything that covers like a large surface area, not for the most deal. Have to go and redo the anatomy. We'll get into that more later, but the idea is like I usually extract clothing from the body on it. But if it has to be skin tight, it's very difficult to line it up with any changes that you do to the body. So I usually leave that stuff at the very end. I'm going to do another subtool for the nail, so I would not sketch it in the finger. Newt Till is now following. Thank you for following. So one thing you could do, Cable, is you could have a finger that has the two objects combined into the same subtool. So that way you can place it and duplicate it. And then if you want to break out the nails afterwards, you could. So basically, it'll be two poly groups, separate objects within the same subtool. And then once you place them all, then you just split subtools. If that makes sense. But that would allow you to do a similar process with multiple objects. That way you don't have to manually line up each finger with the nail. That's what I would do anyway. If I were to separate the nail. I normally wouldn't even bother with that, even on a realistic character. Unless you're planning on having close-up end shots. Just because it's like an extra use of resources you don't know. Yes, that's right, Captain. There's a working on the finger. I'm just kind of breaking up the body now. I'm going to be doing some retopo and hiding the mouth pocket and stuff like that. Then we're going to get into some more hair and then some start on the clothing. You cut yourself at the end of that sentence. Have I been cutting myself in the after a lot of sentences? Okay, because it might be just my my mic settings. A lot of sentences are cutting out. That's bad. Oh no. Okay. Okay. All right, hold on. That's very bad. Like sometimes you don't end words. Yeah, that would be the noise gate. Okay, so you guys should be able to hear me again. the reason you couldn't hear me is because I changed it to what's it called, monitor mode, so that I could hear myself and you guys couldn't hear me. But it was just so that I could test it. But okay, this should be good. Yeah, so what I ended up doing yesterday was there's a knob on the back of my microphone that I adjusted, and I turned up, or I guess turned down the gain in the back because it was creating a lot of noise. But obviously that conflicts with the settings I had. Okay. That should be better. And we're gonna hope for the best. Hey Talden, hey Naz. Sorry about that. Okay, back to this. All right, so I'm just kind of working in a few more of the details here. So the finger is obviously 3 digits, the first digit being longer than the other two. If you were to combine the upper 2 digits, they're about the same length as the lower digit. But keep in mind that the lower digit starts around here, right? So it's a little bit shorter than double. In this current context, anyway. I still have a lot of work on my model. Oh, I do too. There's a long road ahead of us, and we're just gonna keep chipping through it. But yeah, we're gonna be at this for a while, right? We haven't even gotten through a month yet, and this is gonna take a couple months for us to complete. So I wouldn't worry too much, because after this we have 2 more weeks for sculpting, and then we're gonna get into retopo and stuff like that. And if people are really having a hard time keeping up, I might just we can always pause progress for a week or so that people can catch up. Because you don't necessarily have to jump right into doing the low poly and things like that. Looks like everyone approves of you, Queens. Okay. I'm gonna have another look down the end here. You can see that again. These fingers are not particularly even, right? So I want to make sure that it's a little bit more balanced. Keep in mind, there's many different types of fingers too. I'm going for something a little bit more tapered, so it's a little bit boxy. I'm going to change that, and maybe round off the bottom of the nail. And sure, I'm taking a lot of time on this one finger, but I want to make sure that it looks decent because I will be copying this over to the other fingers. And any changes I do after this will just be a time sink, right? Because I'll be doing it again and again and again. So it's good to spend time on the first finger, make sure that it looks pretty decent. and then you can move on from there. Uh, depends on your definition of proper topology, because I disagree with what people normally do, but. Um, as it looks right into forms, right? That's right. I never do retopo early, so I'm try this time. Yeah, so this is just gonna be sculpt topology. We actually retopo twice, because game topology isn't necessarily the best for sculpt topology. The reason for that is when you have animation topology, you're gonna add extra edge loops in areas that need to deform more. When you're sculpting, you want more evenly spaced polygons. So your goals are different. So having two different sets of topology is beneficial. I'll admit that with the actual base body, though, I often end up just going with the final animation topology as my base mesh because it makes the whole process a lot easier and faster. So once I do like the final topology after I've gotten the base done, then I tend to use that on the whole cast of characters when I'm working on a production. But for the initial body sculpt, I usually have a different set of topology. Also, I don't want to be spending a bunch of time doing proper topology until I know how things are going to be laid out. So it's okay to have like a looser retopo as well. I need to do the fingers spread apart because in one hand is a gauntlet. Yeah. The first is I use ZRemesher, but I do clean it up. I don't just use straight ZRemesh because it's not going to give me a great result. I just clean it up around the fingers and the face area. The body's generally fine. I'll have to go back and check them loose around the elbows and knees. I wouldn't worry about it too much. As long as you can get the detail you need on there, you're good to go. Okay. I think I'm getting pretty good with this. Doesn't have to be perfect. Like at the end of the day, I can always just go back and fix all the fingers, and I probably will. But the less I have to do that, the better. Oops, wrong brush. We need the clay buildup. I'm too slow to retop twice, but it's an understandable approach. Well, the first retopo is very fast because it's mostly the auto retopo, and it's very important to have proper topology on your sculpt because otherwise everything is going to be lumpy. You are not going to have subdivision levels, and it's going to be very hard to work. So I do not recommend going decimation right to the end. You're going to end up with a very lumpy looking thing. But there's a lot of people who will disagree with me too. So take it for what it is. I have friends who'll just do sorry, decimation right to the very end. So you just gotta find what works for you. But I find that very frustrating. Especially if I have to open up someone's model and it's just decimated. Like, come on. Not decimated, but dynameshed. Sorry. I keep doing that. Yeah. Retopolishing the hand twice gives me chills. I'm not going to be doing like, again, it's not going to be a full retopple. You'll see, it's not going to be all that complicated. I'm just going to clean up areas that are unacceptable. But I'll be accepting of most things. Okay. That should be pretty good. I think that maybe the finger gets a little too thick at the bottom. I'm just looking at this again. So, well, rotate. I'm gonna do a quick save. The jaggies? You mean like where the finger meets the hand? We'll get to that. We'll get to that. Don't you worry. Oops. When you make a skin, you use the base body and change the hair and clothes and work everything from scratch, or work everything from scratch. Oh, yeah, I definitely use the base. Like I'll take the body that's there and I will apply new clothing on top. Doing everything from scratch would make things inconsistent. It wouldn't be a good idea. Mind you, that's not necessarily always the case. It depends on who you're working for. Like one project I was on, I had to start from scratch, which I found weird, but that's what it was. All right, so now that I have a base finger, I'm gonna duplicate this again just so I have a backup. And the reason I'm doing that is because I gotta delete my lower subdivision level so that I can actually duplicate this. I can see I messed up the top there already. Oh well. I'll fix that. We got to make sure that the fingers are somewhat spaced out. Make sure as you're doing this, you polygroup the fingers. So Control W will polygroup anything that's masked, right? So it's important to do that because then you can start moving around the fingers again if you need to, which you very likely will need to. So the masked object will get the polygroup. So also I invert my mask before I polygroup because otherwise you're going to group the other two fingers, which is bad. Okay. This finger is a little bit smaller. Okay. And this finger is the smallest. I'm going to rotate a little bit. So you'll notice I'm cupping the hands a tad because the hand is a little bit arced. I didn't do enough on that finger, so I'll have to fix that. But this finger is relatively short. It's going to go, eventually it should go up to around the middle or the kind of this area between somewhere around the second digit. Okay, so now what I have to do is I have to somehow fit this into the hand. I can turn polyframe mode off now that I see that I've already polygrouped it properly. Probably just gonna squish the fingers a little bit in there, thin them out, and we'll adjust the hand to fit as well. Because I noticed that I made the hand a little bit too tapered. The fingers are probably too big. A little bit. I'm going to scale them down slightly. The thumb is huge. I'm going to have to fix that. You know what? The fingers weren't too small. I just had the hand too small overall in the first place. I've heard that a lot of gaming companies use specific base meshes. Yep. The company I'm currently at, I've made the base mesh that we're using. Mind you, it still has to change, but we have a base mesh. Okay. Yep. Just making sure that I don't want the fingers to be touching, but I want them to be close together. Now, if you have a character who has very thick hands, which is possible, of course, I usually keep them a little bit thinner at this stage and thicken them after I finish retopping, because they can't be touching for this process, because I'm gonna have to weld them together. It's just something to keep in mind. So I'll usually do something like this, and then I'll inflate them at the end if they really need to be thicker. I'm also realizing I'm not a big fan of the ends of these fingers. You can see they have like this big peak in the middle there. Isn't the most ideal thing. So yeah, like I said, you're always gonna end up finding something that you want to adjust after you start duplicating them, and that's just how it is. But you try to get as close as you can, because then you don't have to go in on each finger and make all these adjustments like I'm doing. See, I'm making the same adjustment on all the fingers, which ideally you don't want to do, but you're likely going to end up doing. You know, that's how it is. Those fingers look thick. You would not want to be punched by that hand? Well, yeah, she's not going to have dainty fingers, because her whole thing is punching people. But yeah, I have to work on the hands still. They're not going to be perfect for a while. Oops. Okay. All right, so now that I have this, I'm gonna start going over the main palm here. So we're gonna just make sure that things kind of line up properly, and just start fitting these in. So, you know, working in the knuckles a little bit. We were talking about those jaggies earlier. When we blend this all together, we'll smooth it out. We're gonna do like a nice little smoothing pass and clean up, obviously, once we've welded everything together and retopped it. I'm just gonna soften that off. There's a muscle there, right? Like that goes along the bottom of the fingers. Whoa, whoa. All right. Okay. We can probably work on this thumb a little bit. It's a bit of a disaster. So first of all, it's really chunky and thick compared to the other fingers. It goes up around the right height though, so that's good. I'm just having to thin it out a little bit, clean it up. Obviously, throw a fingernail on there. Seeing you make the dips between the knuckles like that is kind of cool. It's helpful, right? When you have the fingers broken off like that, it's much easier to do. And then you weld it all together and retop it after. He's also going to have fingerless gloves too. I think a lot of this isn't really going to matter too much, but that's okay. I usually like to get at least I try to get the base anatomy as good as I can, even if you don't see it, because like I said before, is it kind of defines the structure over top. And if the underlying structure is bad, then the overlying structure is also not going to be good because the foundations are bad. But yeah, on the note of base meshes and things like that, once I have a complete character and I've properly retopped it and all that stuff, then I'm gonna, what I will normally do is I'll just create the base mesh from there if I'm gonna create a cast of characters. And then at that point, you don't really do this process every single character. I usually like to do this for my own projects because one, it's good practice. I never like working with the base mesh for anything that I'm doing for personal reasons. Because otherwise, if you do that, you kind of get rusty over time, which is what I've been feeling at work, right? Because I'm just using the same base mesh all the time, and I'm not actually creating new things. But when I'm at home, I can just have at it. Make sure that these fingers kind of fit in there. Wants you to make makes me want to rework my hands like this approach. Well, it doesn't mean you have to do it this time, but it's something that you can do next time. I'm currently using ZBrush, Yemen. Oh, thank you, Talvin. Yeah. So I'll work it. I'll clean this up more once I've combined it together. I'm not going to worry too much about the palm or the back of the hand. I just want it good enough so that it'll link together fairly nicely, and then we can go forward from there. I will isolate select this, and I just want to get rid of this because this is going to be a problem when I try to keep saying decimation when I try to dynamesh it. So I just want to make sure that that little kink is gone. There we go. Uber, welcome in. How are you? Okay. Should I give you the ZBrush file or should I export? ZBrush file is good. ZBrush file is good because I've upgraded my ZBrush now, so it's fine. Tell us your ZBrush upgrading experience a tiny bit. Well, all was well until I started streaming. Then it wasn't so well, because it had a setting that retained, or that basically made it so that your latest Z project always stayed open, and I couldn't figure it out. That was embarrassing. But we got through that. The actual upgrading wasn't too bad. Normally, I would have to like redo all my Wacom hotkeys, but I didn't this time, and I was surprised. Indiana Jins is now following. Thank you for following. Up too early for my liking though. Who's up at 10 a.m.? 10 a.m. I've never woken up later than 10 a.m. I followed you on Twitter, but wasn't aware you were streaming. Oh, nice. Well, thank you for following. Yeah, we're just doing a little workshop today, and I'm going over the character creation process, and we're working on some anatomy stuff, retopo. I'm thinking that I'm in pretty well a good. Oops. Oh no, hold on. I hit the Z remesh button instead of not this button. There we go. Like, what button was I want to push? There's so many options. You guys ever have that where you just mix up all the buttons? If it's not PM, then my day shouldn't start. Man, that's very, very opposite of me. If I wake up in the PM, I've wasted my day. If the sun is up, then I'm dead. If wake up PM, brain goes sad. Okay, that should be fairly good. This thumb is obviously too chunky for her. I'm gonna thin it out more. But we're in a pretty good place. I mean, it doesn't have to be perfect. Fortunately, there's only one thumb, so it's not like I can duplicate it anyway. It's a little bit wonky, but I think it'll be easier once I have a proper topology to work with. I'm gonna quick save again. If the moon shines, I go off. Look, it's tomorrow me problem. If I wake up late today, Me has no regard for tomorrow, me though. Let's see. That's fair. I gotta stop with the Kingdom Hearts. You're integrating too much Kingdom Hearts, you feel? No, it's... Hey, Paper Helmet. Welcome in. I keep saying it's enough and then I keep doing more. I guess it's okay. Fair. The thing is that sun in Brazil burns my will to live. Oh no. That's not very good. Alright, I'm not, again, not too worried about this. Things like the gloves, I'm not going to do today because, again, I want to give a little bit more time on the anatomy and the structure before I do anything that's close to the body. But we'll probably look at some other stuff today, like the bags and things like that, the pouches, boots maybe. We could probably look at the boots. We'll see though. We'll see how far we get. I might be a little over ambitious. Wow, those fingers look massive now. Probably gonna actually reduce those. Whoa, Sympathy, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in. How was your stream? Hello. Sumu, Ophelia, hey, welcome in. We were playing an indie game. Nice. What game were you playing? This came out on Apple. It was fun. Nice. Rushdown Revolt. I've heard of that. I hope you enjoyed it. We're under attack. That's very nice. We're doing a workshop today. I'm currently going through the character creation pipeline. Samu Garin, thank you for following. This is our third week of the workshop, where I am teach you a little bit more about how to build up the base anatomy and form of the character. Hopefully we'll get to doing some of the clothing today. If not, we'll be doing that next week. But yeah, we're just chipping away. I don't normally play games, but I think every now and then I will start throwing morning Saturday streams to try out new games when Dev asks me to play them. Yeah, that sounds nice. I have a lot of fun playing. Yeah. Yeah, I actually did a game stream yesterday myself, and I don't normally do those either. They are fun. We were playing through Gris, and we finished it up last night. It was fun. This thumb is crooked. Rushdown Revolt was pretty great. It's like Smash. Oh, okay. Huh. I'll have to check it out. The mechanics look interesting. Oh, all right. Cool. Whoops. Why am I sideways? Frame it. There we go. Okay. I'm gonna select the eyes. That way I don't see. Because if you have things that are different colors, it's kind of distracting. I think that's looking pretty good. They'll need some adjustment for sure, but it's not horrible. I will probably make a YouTube video highlighting the playthrough. Nice. That's more effort than I would put. I just throw the VOD right up there. Just throw the whole VOD up there. It's fun to watch someone play your game. I learn so much when people play my games. It is fun. That's something we can do on stream sometimes. Play other people's games. Although we don't really have a ton of game devs specifically here. We mostly have art focused viewers. Okay, cool. So we have this now. We can start doing some retopo. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a folder for the base mesh, or I guess this is like I guess this is actually like rough mesh or whatever I'll call it. I'll just throw all the parts in there, and I'm so happy that I have folders now. Let's see how different I changed these fingers. Oh yeah, the other fingers are much stubbier. I made them longer. Well, not a huge amount, just a little bit. Okay. And what we're going to do is we're going to hide everything else because right now we don't need any of those things. And they're actually going to get in the way. Okay. So now what we do is we take everything we see here. I'm going to quick save because paranoia. Signs and wannabe game dev, yeah. I'm gonna lurk while I make pancakes for breakfast. That sounds great. Enjoy those pancakes and enjoy your lurk. And thanks again for the raid. I really appreciate it. I remember when ZBrush didn't have folders. Those were dark times. Same. Her no, her hair is just mush right now. Nowhere close. Um, folders. What are those? So that's the old body, and what we're going to do is we're going to merge visible. Okay. And now that I have a merged mesh over here, we're going to take this merged mesh and we're going to duplicate it. We're going to dynamesh this together. We're going to have to dynamesh this at a relatively high level so that things don't weld together because the fingers are pretty close together. So it's something to keep in mind. Yeah. You might even have to go higher than that. Okay. That should do it. I'll just soften that up a little bit. And I'm gonna go in here and I'm just gonna fix that little mistake. How do I want to do this? So for stuff like this, what I do is I just take a little bit of this, I chunk this out like that. Oh, it's not even as bad as I thought. Okay. Anyway, it's fine. I thought it was going all the way to the bottom. If it was going all the way to the bottom, I would have had to do another little trick, but because it's not, I can just delete this, and then I'll just close holes. There. That wasn't so bad now, was it? Okay. And then we're going to zero mesh this now. Actually, I'll duplicate this one more time. And we'll just run a zero mesh. I usually start at the lowest zero mesh, but I'll probably end up bumping it up. The reason I put it so low is just so that I can kind of see what, like how low I can get it. The lower I can get it, the better. Ah, bald. Giant. Last time, he made a girl bald, her hair overgrew. Hang on. The pros are thinking the same thing. So I pull my hair out when, and then just sleep. Evil head, doing all right. Can she fly with those ears? No. It's taking a bit longer than I would like. You know what I might do is I might run a decimation on this. Okay, hold on. Decimation master. Reprocess. That's one thing about doing things live is you guys gotta like wait for me to finish this. Flappy Bird. Flappy Bird ears. Yeah, this should be a little bit faster, hopefully. Sorry for the wait. I would love if this stuff is just instantaneous, but it's not. Waiting, I know. Oh, there we go. Deplug in, and then we're just gonna decimate this a bunch. There. So now we have a much lower res mesh, and then hopefully this will z-remesh a little bit easier. I'm gonna bump it up a little bit. Alright, that's way faster, I think. Maybe. Or not. Or maybe it's really not. This is Jeopardy, yeah. Na 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 na. Maybe I'll stop the recording. Yeah, you know what? That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna stop the recording that goes up on YouTube, and I'll fuse them together after. And then I'll start the recording again once things are done here. I've decimated this, z-remeshed it twice just to see what I wanted. Right. One's a little more dense than the other. I'm just thinking about it. I might go with the more dense one because I get a little bit more on the face. It's a little bit more of a pain to work with overall, but it might be more ideal. So I might go that route. I was going to save this. Topology looks awesome. So it'll do the trick. It's normally I would like to have something a little bit lower than this to sculpt on so that I can have more subdivisions, but it'll do fine. I think it'll be fine. I'm not a big fan of this one because it's a little bit janky in the fingers. And the face just has no support whatsoever to it. It's just going to have lots of pulls and stuff like that. So this might be better. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we're actually going to start cleaning up this mesh. We're going to start with the face. And we're going to go out of solo and turn on transparency. And we're going to see where the eyes are located here. So the first thing we need to do is make sure that we have a loop around the eye and a loop around the mouth. That's really the only thing I care about. So I need to make sure that we have topology in the right position. Let's just get that eyelid up. This is a tedious process. I'm not a big fan of having to do this, but you really need to have something to work with. And it's very important to have a loop around the eyelid because it's very hard to sculpt a clean shape without it. And we also have tea now. Delicious. Still a bit hot though. Okay. So, I'm going to remove the excess polygons. Okay. And this is smaller. And we're going to delete all the excess. And we're going to just rebuild this inside of the eye. Okay. T! Yeah. Indeed. T-Pog. T-Pog. Okay. Insert, sorry, or not insert, but split. We'll split that apart. We'll just stitch that together. Spin that edge. This is what I love having ZModeler for. I used to use like the old Retopo tool using Z-spheres and stuff like that. This is way better. This is way better. But you can already see that I'm slowly just kind of building a loop around the eye. And once I have it, I will clean up things around it too. There we go. I really love the spin edge tool too. That was nice. Oops, I broke something. It's saying it's asymmetrical. You're lying to me, ZBrush. You're lying to me. There we go. Sometimes it just lies to you. Like, you're asymmetrical. You're asymmetrical. Remember to save, always important. Good point. Quick save. Yeah, saving is not one of my features. No. I haven't been updated to BotStuff 2.0 now. We're still on version 1. My engineer is very lazy. Yeah, I'll repeat this again. This is a slow process, but it's worth it. Trust me. Okay. That's what you're here for, right? You're here to see the whole process. This is part of it. I'm gonna turn transparency off for a little bit just so I can see this eye a little better. Okay. Oh, this isolates like this? Saving. Welcome, Engage. How are you doing, friend? Okay. So I can easily just combine these if I wanted to, but I want to make sure that it's a little bit nicer than that. Okay. So we have a full loop around there. Now we have to make sure that the topology around it kind of connects to it nicely. Right now it definitely doesn't. In the final topology, I'll care more about the loops on the upper eyelid versus the lower eyelid, but in this stage I don't really care quite that much. We can get away with a little bit more. And I don't want to waste too much time on this because it is fairly throwaway, right? I just need it to be good enough to work on. I don't really care about it being perfect. Just something to keep in mind. This is not going to be something that I can work with though, because that's just a big mess. Good enough, exactly. Yeah. You can't be spending your time doing the same thing over and over again forever. It'd be nice, but we'd never get anything done that way. I'm trying to think of a good way to approach this. I'm thinking that if I split this down the middle, I can have a little bit more going for me, and I can fix that triangle at the top. That's what we're going to do. Okay, so here. I'm going to split this out into two pathways. And one that way, one that way. And now what we do, oops, I kind of confused myself here, hold on. Let me get my bearings. So I split that off, and that's going to be that way. Right, okay. Okay. Oops. Stitch that. There we go. We're going to just delete that edge. And that'll eventually lead to that. I mean, I might as well just keep going there. All right, so we're going to do that. Okay. Not quite. Hold on. I'm going to spin this edge. There. That's the ticket. That's what I needed. I just do this, this, and I stitch this to this. There we go. That's a little better. It's still not great, but it's a little better. All right. I kind of want this to connect to this like that. Right? There we go. And then what I do is I'm going to spin this edge. Oops. Okay. Now this is something that we can probably work with. It's a tolerable topology. Or can you? And yet I keep having Tom. How's it going, Tom? Welcome in. I hope you had a good rest of your pizza stream yesterday. That dance animation was looking really nice. I think I'm not capable of judging if it's good enough. Yeah, that's something that you kind of have to test the waters for. I suppose basic things I can say is like you gotta look out for where there's gonna be poles here. So see how there's this. This is not a pole, but it's right next to this, right? So like this polygon here. Here's the pole. Yeah, there's a pole here. So like this whole area is gonna be very difficult to sculpt out because there's a pole here. There's a loop that kind of spins off to the edge. This I guess, yeah, you could call this a pole too because it has 3 ends. Anything that doesn't have 4 ends is always a little bit difficult to sculpt on. So if it has 5 or 3, it's always going to be a little bit weird. You're going to have those inevitably. There's nothing you can do about it. But you try to put them in places where you don't care so much. Like the crease of the eye is here. So that's what I made sure that there's a nice loop on the top and bottom of this crease so that I can get a nice clean line. There is a muscle here that I'm a little bit concerned about, but it's not going to be the death of me. It'll just be a bit of a pain. I could pull this out more. And I actually might. The further out I can get this, the better. We're mouth deep in the pizza zone. Nice. But we ate our way out. But did you want to get out? It's the pizza zone. Okay. So I'm kind of, yeah. This will do me a bit better, I think, because now the pole is far away from the eye, and it's easier to work with. Because there's a lot of stuff going on in the eye, so you kind of try to keep it as clean as possible, right? And this kind of goes with the flow of the muscle, so I'm kind of cool with that. I didn't win? That's okay. I didn't go in to win. I just wanted to draw a pizza for you. We all had fun, so we're all winners. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Not that this is pizza. I remember it's 3 p.m. and I haven't eaten anything. Yeah, I should probably get some food, Cable. Oh, Cage didn't win either, eh? The Cage had a cool pizza. Okay. Hey, Moot. Welcome in. How are you doing, friend? Omelet, hello. Okay. So I could probably clean up this cheek area some more, too. Just, working on drawing the Frog Girl detective from my name. That sounds wonderful. I gotta make a habit of drawing things from nightmares. There we go. We're getting this a little bit cleaner now. We can probably actually clean up this whole pole here entirely. And again, you want to be patient with this because you're going to be sculpting on this. And trust me, if you have a bad, if you're working with bad topology, you're going to hate yourself later. So do it right. This pole is not good. So we're going to fix that. Okay, we're going to split that up. There we go. Look at that. That's already a lot better. That's something that we can work with. Look at that. However, we do want to move this this pole out of here. We want this pole to go away. We'll spin that edge. There we go. That's the ticket. Perfect. We're feeling good about this. This is not ideal. But again, it's kind of out of the way of everything that I'm not that concerned about it. I could probably clean it up a little bit. And this is really going to be one of the main only places that I care about having good topo. This is the fingers. Everything else I can kind of just live with whatever. I'm not going to really... I'm going to do like a light pass over everything, but nothing crazy. She was the only one who was nice to me. So it's a good frog girl, but that sounds nice. I look forward to seeing that. I hope you'll share it. Sounds like a wild dream, yeah. The secret capped? I always hate myself. Don't hate yourself, Gage. Are you retopo and ZBrush? Yes, but this isn't final retopo. This is just sculpt retopo. So I'm just doing something that's just good enough to sculpt on, and then we'll just get back to the sculpting stuff. I would never do this for final topology. No, the final topology we're going to do properly, and we'll be going through that in a few weeks. But today is not that day. I don't actually know if this is any better. I think it is. It looks better. I'll quick save this now. Why not use Dynamesh? Because Dynamesh gives you a lot of pulls in your mesh. I'll go over that in a little bit once we start cleaning things up. It helps a little bit, Ike, but I find it causes me more problems than it fixes. It's not enough. Having proper loops around the eyes and mouth is very important to me. So I make sure that I do this by hand. And then I'll fix everything else that I need to. And again, like, this is my workflow. It doesn't have to be your workflow. But this is how I feel like I need to do things. Oops. There we go. Okay. I think that should do it for the eye area. This would never be good for animating, by the way, but it will do for our purposes here. All right. So now what we're going to do is do the mouth area. We are going to retopo in 3D Coat, but most of what I do you can pretty much do in Maya. Should we copy 100% of your workflow, or else we get kicked out? No, of course not. That would go against everything that I believe. I've never followed a tutorial one-to-one, and I never will. You take what you want from it, and you do what works for you. And me telling you to do anything else would be hypocritical. Joy of 3D is now following. I think you're following. Could you show us the kind of problem this can get? I'm not able to visualize. Yeah, once I get this all done, I'll show you, okay? What do you mean, why so cosmic? Okay. I'm just going to bridge this over. Did I just feel like I just redid what I erased? Well, okay. I'm just going to polygroup this and inset it. Inset region, standard. This model is really clean. Well, thank you. I'm trying to make it the best we can make it. I feel it's very important if I'm teaching, that I make something that is of, you know, decent quality. My new haircut? Yes, I did get a new haircut. It's good. Nice. It's nice not having hair down to my shoulders. Okay. I'm deciding where I want to put this because this loop is a little bit all over the place. I'm not a huge fan of this because I would like to have a loop that goes around the ear evenly, but I don't think it's worth fixing. I think I'll live with this. This one I can live with. Not ideal, but it'll be fine. Yes, exactly, Cable. Okay. I'm not a big fan of this either, like this area. I could try to combine it, but it might make things worse. Okay. Maybe this is okay. Let's spin this. Wait, That's not what I wanted. I wanted to split. Yeah. Um, Cosmic Shuriken, thank you for the follow. What would be a better way? What would be better for a good topology? McDonald's or what? What does it have to do with topology? Okay. I'm gonna just evenly space these out a little bit more. These are a little bit too rectangle for my liking. I'm gonna live with it, but ideally you want to get them as square as possible. Whoa, what's going on outside? I'm gonna mute my mic for a minute until that stops. I think they stopped, yeah. There's just construction going on everywhere around here right now. It's been like that for a while. Sorry about that. Not ideal, but that's the life we're living here. I didn't know you could topologize in ZBrush. You can. It's not ideal. And this is, I would never do this for final topology. Just remember, um, this is just for sculpting. They're doing it again. Wow, the whole building is shaking. I'm sorry. Hold on. It's not an earthquake. They're just doing construction. Everything is just under construction. It's kind of frustrating, but there's nothing I can do about it. You know how it is, right? Thank you for bearing with me. Why are you doing this? Okay. It refuses to delete that edge, so I guess I'll just delete the polygon. Do you live in an earthquake zone? There are earthquakes. There are earthquakes around here, quite a few. But that is not an earthquake. Admittedly, this is probably better topology than I need. I'm probably putting a little bit too much time into this. It's good to have good topology, but it's also important not to waste time on throwaway. Aside from the obvious things that are broken, right? Like these triangles and poles and stuff are not good. That was weird. Why is it doing that now? Okay. Alright, that'll do. Never seen an earthquake. Well, you don't see earthquakes. I know you meant. I'm just being a jerk. I'm just contemplating here how I want to deal with this, because this is not a good thing. I could send it up the jaw a little bit and then deal with it up here. Do you consider yourself to be fast? No. No, I don't. Mr. Cat 123 is not following. Thank you for following. Hey, Dustmite. How are you doing? Feel like it's been a while. Rock Az. Thank you for following. Alright, I think this will do. Just gonna make sure that the spacing is fairly even around here. Okay. So that'll do it. Probably has. I'm not normally on at this time on Saturday. Fair. Good to hear you're well though. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to just select all of this. Hold on, wrong thing. This. I'm just going to reproject it. Oops. Project all. There. Just get it back on model. You'll probably even out the spacing on here a little bit better. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to extrude these lips in again. And this is going to be the where the mouth pocket begins. This is where we're going to start talking about mouth pockets now. So what I do for the mouth pocket is I line it up with the crease of the mouth, and then I extrude this piece inwards. And when it comes to projection later, I'll just make sure that this area is masked off and we don't project the mouth pocket. Otherwise, it's going to snap to the outside of the face. One of these days, I'll learn how to retopo stuff. Yeah. That's definitely a thing that you can achieve. It's not particularly hard, it's mainly just tedious. I'm sure you can figure it out, no problem. Now these lips are going to need a little bit of work when projecting. So like after the first subdivision level, I'm going to have to line this up a bit because she's got this kind of like curvature thing going on here. But that's okay. We'll get it sorted. Radity Rubin is now following. You're following. I actually put more detail in the face than I should have. Normally I'll wait till I retopo before I put this much detail. Because I am going to lose a bit in the mouth. I mean, the hardest thing is to deal with is tries. I think the hardest thing to deal with is poles like this. And where to place them. I won't say that I feel retopology is easy, but it's not as backbreaking as other aspects. Yeah, I don't feel like it's very technical, so it's something you can easily learn. A pole is any vertice that has anything other than 4 edges sticking out of it. So see how there's 5 edges sticking out of this? Sometimes you might have 3 edges sticking out of it, like this one. These are poles. And when you subdivide them, they'll usually pinch and create a little divot in your mesh. So you want to be very careful with where you place them. You want to try to place them in more flat areas, but they'll always create this kind of artifact in your shading. And something to look out for. Yeah. They don't deform particularly well either. Holes look like a star in the flow, and it allows you to change the edge flow of a particular line of polygons. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to also insert one more edge loop here because I want to have enough support to define the lips. I know generally you want to evenly space your polygons, but I make exceptions here and there. Like the eyelids, I'll probably have a little bit more too because they have a nice defined crease that I want to be able to get sculpted in. Well, I'm going to pour myself some water real quick. That's right, Delvin. We're actually going to do that now after I project this. Also, I'm going to put on some more music for myself. Just give me a second. Okay. All right. So now that this is projected, it's on the body. I'm gonna just take this group here, mask it, like show everything again, and then invert the mask. And use our move brush. Make sure perspective is off for this. And I usually like to use the classic transpose tool. You just hold on. Control Shift click on the middle dot and pull it back. And I'll pull it back just a little bit. The first pull back is for the thickness of the lips, and then you pull it back again for the actual pocket. Oops. I think that worked. Hold on. It's hard to tell sometimes. Let me do this. No, it did not work. Hold on. That's weird. ZBrush is acting a little bit funny. Hold on. Okay. All right. I'm a little bit skeptical because ZBrush did something funny there, so let me just analyze that, make sure it worked. I'm also going to display double here. That way you can actually see what's happening. I'm just going to run a little smooth on here to make sure it's okay. All right, it looks okay. Cool. So now this is the beginnings of our mouth pocket. And I'll just yank this out, get a nice decent shape out of it. It's easier to do it in another program for Retopo, I think. Flip to create mouth, yeah. You can do it however you like. And this, I would never do final topology in ZBrush. This is just to get the initial thing in place. And you don't have to use my workflow. Do what works for you. But the whole point of this is I'm just going through how what my process is, and you can have at it from there. Oops. I want to make sure that your draw size isn't set to 1. Because if you set it to 1, then it just moves the whole mesh as opposed to just a little segment of it. And then I just kind of move out this mouth pocket. You could probably use the inflate tool too, but I find that it kind of throws everything all over the place, and I'm not a big fan of that. So I'm doing it this way. I'm just trying to keep this as clean as I can make it. I could also do it like inflate first and then clean up the mesh. Okay. So the big thing now is I also want to make sure that the lips are closed, right? Because they were sculpted closed, I will open them later, but if I leave them split like this, they're going to have a little bit of a, they're going to be a little bit thin, right? So I mentioned earlier that I had done that first extrusion to get the thickness of the lips, which is great. So I'm just going to emphasize that a little bit. Lips are generally pretty thick, thicker than you would think they are. I want to make sure that I have enough there. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to insert one loop in the middle. Like so. And then we're going to make sure that they overlap a little bit. Oops. That's one thing I don't like about ZModeler is it always what's the word? It's oh yeah, it just resets your draw size dynamic back to on. Not a big fan of that. Cool. All right. All right, so that's pretty much getting where we want it to be. We're getting pretty close now to being able to move on back to the sculpting phase. Okay. And I think I'm going to use the inflate brush a little bit in the corner because that one's a little bit tricky. So now we have a mouth pocket. I might open the mouth in the sculpt, retopo the mouth, and then close it. No, you're going to want to open it at the end anyway. I will be opening the mouth at the very end. I like to work this way because it's easier to evaluate the face with the mouth closed. I always find the face looks a little bit weird when they're slack-jawed and their mouth is just kind of drooping open. So I like to do the initial evaluation like this. And then once I'm kind of happy with it, I will move on and I will open up the mouth and all that wonderful stuff. It's all a step in the process. But yeah, again, do it how you see fit. I'm just going to explain how I do things. And you do things however you need to do them to get the job done. Opening is easier for, yeah, it's not just easier. You can't really bake the normals when the mouth is closed. If you try to bake the normals when the mouth is closed, they're going to project onto each other. And the only way you can get around that is by either painting out the normals in Photoshop or something, or like creating another bake file and like just baking the two jaws separately or something like that, like the upper and lower jaw separately, and then that's just a mess. Normally I can get like some models I can get away with like just blowing away the normals on the inside of the mouth, but if you're doing something realistic where you've like sculpted details in the lip, that's just not gonna fly. Okay. I'm gonna fix this here. I'm not sure how I feel about the other thing, that really stretched out polygon. I'm not a big fan of that. There's also a triangle here. People just kind of added a triangle. What I'm going to do is I'm going to move this up. I'm just going to bridge this across. Oh, it's not a triangle. Never mind. Just a very pinched polygon. Oh, you know, an easier way to do this would just be this. Just stitch this together. Boom. That's better. Okay. I don't even have to do anything. Done. Easy. Alright, now we're just going to check out the fingers. The fingers are usually a little bit janky. I'm going to quick save. So I'm going to finish the sculpt and then I'll open the mouth in good till rigging. Yep. Also upload the model. I upload the model onto Drive. You can check it out when you're done. Yeah, alright. At the end of the stream I will go over people's models and have a little feedback session. You know, this isn't terrible. I think I can actually live with this. Because I went with a higher polygon count than I normally do, this seems kind of okay. For sculpting at least, not for, obviously not for animating. But for sculpting, it's not terrible. I'm not a huge fan of this pole here. Does your tea have honey? No. It probably should. My throat's been okay today though. I haven't been talking as much this stream as I did the last one. Okay. I'm contemplating whether I want to fix things up a little bit. But generally I try not to do extra things that don't need to happen. I will go into flat shade mode just so I can see the polygons a little bit better. See, I'm not a huge fan of what's going on between these two fingers. Let me just smooth this out. Yeah, so this looks like yeah, it's trying to be a quad, but it's really two triangles with a vertex in the middle. I actually don't even know what's going on here. It looks like it's connected to an extra thing or something. It's trying to figure itself out. That's what it's doing. Okay, I'm gonna tell it what it is. I'm gonna help it figure itself out. Oh, come on. I know you're symmetrical. I never like messing around like that because that tends to cause ZBrush to crash. That's something to look out for. I've noticed that a lot of the times if you're trying to like weld vertices together and you keep doing it over and over again, it's just not doing it. It just dies. I'm just like, nope. I have had enough. Right, and we're just gonna delete that. Oh, whoops. I deleted a whole polygon. Okay, so this mesh is broken. It's not happy about this. There's something weird going on here. Let me look into this. What do you got? Oh, okay. I don't know why you did this. I can't believe you've done this. I'm just gonna delete that. Okay. But now that I'm in here, I can kind of see a little bit better. Okay. Nice. That looks pretty good. How do I feel about the rest of this? I think I'm okay with it. I can live with it. Could probably split that and then go down as well if I wanted to. That's not really necessary. A little bit sketchy, I would say. Just a little bit. I could maybe do this. This might be a little bit better. Yeah, I'll say that's probably a bit better. This is not the best, but I think it'll do. Because I could go in here and I could maybe do something like this, but it might just make it worse. Okay. Then I just go and do it anyway, huh? Classic me. Yeah, I guess. Okay. I thought your mic was muted. It's me that forgot to turn on the audio. No worries, you're good. Where did I do the retopo? So this is done directly in ZBrush. But I will be doing it in 3D Coat, yes. Yeah, I will be doing the final retopo in 3D Coat. And I just do it in ZBrush because I want to stay, like I like to stay in the software at this stage. Just, you know, so that I'm just not all over the place, right? And then we'll move forward from there. But I think this will do. It just needs to be good enough to sculpt on. I don't really care about animating this topology. It's just trying to get it to a decent place. Yeah, yeah. It's a zero mesh that I've cleaned up. Yeah, it's not fancy. No worries, Ruben. I put up all the VODs for the workshop on YouTube, so you can view it later to your heart's content. I'm feeling like her eyes are too big. I'm probably gonna shrink them. Because when I first started this, I wasn't sure what style I was gonna go for. I probably should have thought of that ahead of time. Let's be real. But you know, sometimes it's just that way. Okay, what I want to do now is I'm going to close up this topology. It's going to be a little bit difficult because this probably isn't even. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold on. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 17, 18. Oh, it is even. Okay. That's good. So we're going to just bridge these edges now. Bridge. One thing I want to do though is I want to polygroup this again. So that way it's not the red polygroup, because if it's the red polygroup, then it's going to be a problem. Actually, what I want to do is get rid of this. I'm making sure that I have this part polygrouped. Oops, what's going on here? Hold on. Something weird's happening. Oh no. When did that happen? Oh no! ZBrush, why? Why did you do this to me? Oh man. Alright. Well, that sucks. It welded the mouth closed. Hey, Jadir. When did it do this? It's like, yeah, we're gonna close his mouth. Like, alright, thanks, I guess. I love it. Alright, well, this is fine. It's fine. I'll just have to do this again. I don't know how much got welded together, but it's clearly too much. Clearly too much got welded together. Oh well. ZBrush is just upset with me for some reason. Just doesn't want to have it, you know? Okay, this is gonna be a big pain. Just a heads up. Sorry about this. Sorry about this. I hope you'll find it in your heart to forgive me someday. Wow, okay. Huh? wonderful. I love it. Okay. All right, that's fine. I just don't understand why it did this. Very interesting. But, you know, that's just how it be. This is going to be a little bit of a challenge, to say the least. Let me turn off double visibility on this. Did I mess up my camera again? Probably. We're going to just bridge this over. I'm pretty sure that did it. Yeah. Okay. That time it didn't. Okay, I also did screw up my rotations. I think. Maybe. Oh, that's good. Thank you for this. Okay. So it's just not having it, but I have a plan. Is it a good plan? Maybe not. We'll see. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to select this, hold on. Okay, I'm going to polygroup this. Then we're going to polygroup these guys. Also going to include this with that polygroup. Just having a day. Oh wow, it welded here too. Oh my god. Hey Red Bananas, how you doing? What's your YouTube channel? I'll share it at the end. Right now I'm just busy embarrassing myself. I really don't know why I did this. I wish I did. But it welded all my vertices together. Which is really unfortunate. Not right now. Not right now, Ruben. I don't want to see the other side. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I also don't like about the some of the features in ZBrush is when you hide the mesh. Maya does this too. If you hide the mesh, then you start doing stuff like this. You can't see it until you show everything. You kind of just gotta guess and hope that it did it, which it clearly didn't. Oh boy, this is a little bit frustrating. Okay, well. And because dynamic is on, this is going to be a little bit of an issue, but you know, that's fine. There. Okay. Still not quite right, but we're getting there. Okay, so now that we fixed this, I'm going to polygroup that. Oh, hold on, it's got a little bit extra that I don't want it to have. Oh, hell. Okay. It didn't do the same thing on both sides. We're going to have to do this again. Um, okay. Looks like mirror and weld did the trick. I'm always a little bit skeptical about the mirror and weld. It's always a little bit sketchy, but it did it. Yeah, I probably did something and I didn't realize it, and I'm sorry for that. But it happens, you know? Okay, so now we have almost back where we started. I'm gonna quick save. Okay. Not letting me select that edge. Come on, friend. Let me do it. You're not giving it to me, huh? Yours just like, nope. Like, alright, thanks, ZBrush. I see how it is. I see where your loyalty lies. How could you? After all we've been through. We've been through so much together. Okay. Okay. Oh, look, buddy. I was working on the bottom. Hold on. Okay. Maybe this will work now. Normally this isn't, the process isn't like this, just so you know. I mean, clearly, but I might just jump into Maya to fix this. If it keeps up this way. Oh, okay. Alright. Okay. I think I have to jump into Maya to fix this because it's just not having it. Alright, hold on. We're going into ZBrush. I mean Maya. I'm just gonna fix it there. I'm sorry guys. That's pathetic. Alright. That's what it is. Normally it's a lot smoother than that. It's just not smooth today. But I can't have you guys waiting for me to fix that. I'm just gonna fix it here. I should have just done this at the beginning. Honestly, that was a little bit weird. Prideful, I guess. I don't know why it held on to it. Hold on. Let's... Oh, I see. Okay. Hopefully I have symmetry on. Nope. I don't. Okay. The symmetry on. X. Okay. Let me just, I'll catch up with chat in a minute. Let me just get on track here because this is a mess. All right. Cool. Anyway. All right. It's also not merging for some reason. Oh, there it goes. No, still not. Hold on. It's not my day. Sometimes things just don't go your way. These are clearly merged together, but there's something else up here. What's up? Oops. Hold on, let me just figure out what's making this upset. But I think that should be okay. I don't know why it is constantly wanting to select this edge, which is concerning to me. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to delete this guy because it's not having it anyway. And I'm going to just do this in an alternate way. Okay. It's still not having it. Just bear with me, folks. I may have selected an extra edge there. Yeah, okay. But I might reselect that edge actually and just select one more edge here. There, cool. And then when I'm just gonna merge these guys together, bridge these guys, and then I'm just gonna fill that hole up. Oh, oh. Interesting. Alright, so I see. What's up with this guy? There's some just messed up geometry in here. I think that's what it is just... Hold on. Use two-sided lighting is off, okay. There's some... Somehow a couple polygons got corrupted. Well, not corrupted, but became non-manifold. Clearly. Okay. And that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, something just ended up getting all messed up. It happens sometimes. Right? So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to delete the other half and I'll just mirror it over. I knew something was a little bit funny when the asymmetry got broken. So there's a little bit of weirdness going on, and that's okay. We'll fix it. Okay, cool. Thanks for bearing with me through that, guys. You know, sometimes it's just that way. Sometimes you do everything your normal way, and it just doesn't work out. But you know, you just gotta stay cool and fix her up. Use whatever you got to get it to work. Not the lesson that I wanted to teach you guys today, but you know, a lesson nonetheless. Okay. It's helpful to see how to fix problems. Yeah, it's just what it is. I've got a question. Do you think become his box is good? The ground pad? Yeah. Art requires struggle. Yeah. Sometimes things fuck up and you gotta fix it. Exactly. I was hoping this would go smoothly because I kind of just want to show you guys the process, but you know. Okay. I'm just gonna soften this. Right. On the positive note, this is actually easier to do in Maya. What I would have done in ZBrush is bridge all these together, but I can actually do this a lot faster in Maya. So we're here. We might as well take advantage of the tool in front of us, right? I'm also going to save this. Hold on, let me hide my window capture for 1 second. Wait. There we go. I just want to make sure I don't go into any work files when I'm saving this. Nothing ever goes smooth for me. Yeah, I guess it's good that way because like I don't want to just go through it smoothly and then everyone's trying to work on it just like it's not working. Because it does happen. But I do hope regardless that you know you kind of see what needs to happen. Welcome in, Carrie. Salut. I just got why your nickname is Stop, really? I feel very slow. No, you're good. Stop is actually a high school nickname that I just made my internet handle. Okay. Now what I want to do is I make sure select the same on the top and bottom. This I have to do without symmetry. I should have mirrored the model after this, but whatever. I got hasty. 4, 5. I gotta make sure I select 5 on the bottom. 1, 2, 3. Oops. 3, 4, 5. Okay. Probably select one more. Oops. And one more here. Alright. And we'll just bridge that over. We do the same thing on the other side. Now I know where the edges line up, so I can actually do this a lot faster. And we'll bridge that over. Most people would think Chris is a good nickname, but no, stop. He goes against the. So I think they started calling me that because like I would always say like I'd rather go by my full name because there's always 100 Chris's, right? So if someone calls out Chris, like 10 people's head turn around. So if my name's a little different, then I can at least tell if someone's trying to talk to me. They did that too, Cable. Actually, it's kind of funny because I was definitely not a popular kid. So I guess it's more of a joke than anything else, but. I literally called you Chris because I thought it was more affectionate than Stop, and it's based on your first name. No, you're good. Better than the nickname I had? Yeah. You can get some pretty bad nicknames. It's a good thing to go by. But yeah, I just never liked going by Chris because everyone was named Chris, and it was just easy. It's very hard to like tell if someone was trying to talk to you. I actually worked in a landscaping company once. This is a bit of a tangent, but I worked in a landscaping company once, and the owner was named Chris, and the guy I was working with was named Chris, and then we had one other guy named Fred. So it was Chris, and Fred. And whenever he would try to address any of us, everyone would just go by Chris. And I was like, please just, you can call me something else. But no, it was very much everyone had to be called Chris. And I was like, all right, this is fine, I guess. And no, and everyone would just be like, who are you talking to? It's like, well, I told you. Anyway, fun times. I'll be Bob at that point. Actually, have a similar story. Oh, interesting. Huh. I always find it funny when Maya does that. You extrude and you try to scale, and it just scales everything. Anyway, that'll do it. There's our eye pocket now too. I could probably get a little bit of an eyelid shape in there. I usually like to get a little bit of an eyelid. Oftentimes I'll see people jam the eyelid right into the eyeball. I really hate how that looks. It feels very unnatural. And makes the eyes feel a little less polished. So I like to have a little bit of a lip that sits over the eyelid. Gives it a little bit of depth and form, I'll add one more loop here, just so that I can get that nice crisp edge. And also, since we're in Maya, I can easily close up this mouth a little bit. And I give it some volume. Boom. We did it, guys. We have a mesh. It was a little bit more painful than it needed to be, but we did it. Export selection. We go into our Sculpt folder. We're going to export this as an OBJ. OBJs are just cleaner, right? So when I'm doing stuff like this, I usually use an OBJ because it doesn't take anything but the mesh. It's mesh, purely mesh. I know a lot of people will be like, use FBX. For this, I prefer to use an OBJ. A lot of times, yeah, FBX. When you're putting in the engine, FBX, 100%. Because obviously you can't have skeletal information on an OBJ. But when you're just passing like just a base mesh over, it's just better to do it this way. Then I'm just going to import our temp mesh. There we go. Not bad, right? And this is, it kept all our polygroups too, which is kind of neat. I dig that. I know, like, why I did that. So if you're ever in Maya, and you see all these little nodes in your outliner, like these guys, these are actually polygroups. Like, essentially, they're polygroups. If you delete these and you export your OBJ, it's not going to retain that information. I'm actually surprised that an OBJ can hold on to that, but it does. So that's good. And the nice thing too is like everything that I need masked is masked. And I'm going to create a morph target. I'm going to subdivide this now. And do that a couple times. Actually, I'm going to do it one at a time. My bad. One at a time. One at a time. At least for the first couple. I'm going to rename this to rename low. And this is going to be, is this the decimated one? Yeah. This is pre-decimated, so I'm going to use this one as the high. I'm going to rename this to deck. And that's option 1, option 2, cleanup, etc., etc. And now I'm just going to hide everything that I don't need projected, and because I have polygroups, we can do that very easily. Yeah. We're going to go subtool project, project all. And now that we have this going for us, we can start going in here and, oh, you know what, it's actually not bad. I was going to say I could probably move in here and start making it so that it matches up the lip a little bit better. And I can, but it seems okay, actually. I'm just going to pull that out a little bit, I suppose. Yeah. Maybe I could pull in this inner the part that wasn't projected so that it kind of whoops matches up a little bit. There we go. My name's Timothy, but I often told people not to call me Tim, so my sister started calling me Mothe or Mott. That's fun. That is very similar. My name is James. Seems there's always another James around. Yeah. Have those common names, right? How do you feel about Go Z to go between Maya and ZBrush? You know, I haven't actually been able to get that to work properly since they first introduced it, so I don't use it. The job I have now and my last job, there was another guy named James. Oh yeah. I'm a simple guy. That's a good reason to follow Kiryu. I'm actually following for wholesome reasons. You say so. A little suspicious, but you say so. Well, we're going to divide this one more time. You know, I'm going to move this topology around a little bit, kind of even out the mesh. I can see that it's a little bit wobbly. It doesn't matter too much, but okay. Then we're going to project all. Let that go. I actually ran into the James from my last job at work last night. Oh, that's cool. That's also a good reason. That's also a good reason. Maybe one of the best reasons. If not the best reason. It's kind of weird saying hi to someone with the same name as you. Oh yeah. I always felt weird saying my own name. This is working out pretty nicely. I can see that the corner of the mouth isn't quite lining up. You can see that the divot happens a little bit above. So I'm going to actually move this up a little bit. I'm going to smooth that out. Let's smooth that out too. Okay. Yep. Then we're going to divide this one more time. We're going to project it. And I usually don't project it the highest, like the highest, because that way I don't get all the poles in there. I'll usually subdivide it one more time at the very end, but I don't project that stage. I could probably still get a little bit more detail though. Oh. The thing to look at is that, like sometimes when you get to projecting, you'll start getting these little artifacts. Be wary of them. This is why I do one subdivision level at a time, because then you can start, you know, fishing out all the issues. I'm going to actually mask out this area, and I can see this guy's a little bit of a problem, so we're going to tuck him back in place. Little problem child. There. And of course, we're going to have to, you know, go in and properly sculpt the mouth and stuff. That's why I say don't worry about getting too much into details before you go into the retopo stage. But I think we're in a pretty good place here. Let me see the comparison. Okay, so the eyes clearly are going to need more work, but the eyes aren't really good to begin with. You can see that they're all muddy and not really there. But I can start kind of positioning them a little bit better. I think that's pretty good. Yeah, because we're only going to get fuzzy details from here. So I think that's pretty good. I'm going to take that. I'll take it. I'll just check out the fingers and the toes. You know, I don't have a lot of detail on the toes because I don't really care about the toes. Fingers, you know, they're okay. I'll have to clean up this stuff. This is where the seam was, where I split the hand off. That's fine. I got a good amount of detail in the fingernails. You know, I'll have to hit them again, but that's okay. We got a good base mesh. All right. I'm going to save this as my working file. Fortunately, there aren't many Tims in French. That's fun to think about. How there's like common names in one area are not common in others. Will you do many details now, or this is done for the body? This is not done for the body by any means. We have now we have something to work with. I don't think I can even draw lips that well. Webbed feet, yeah. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to append the new body. Hold on, this is the old body. Here's the new one. Append. Right. Oops. Okay, get out of there. Who said you can go into that group? Right. I'm going to hide this. I'm going to rename this body. Body. This is the horns. We can show all the stuff again. I rename horns. I'm going to create a folder for hair. And that's going to include the eyebrows, eyelashes, and hair. Actually, I might include the. No, that's fine. Yeah. Eyelashes. Name eyebrows. Okay, rename hair. Rename ponytail. And this is the eyes. Rename eyes. Okay. And then we'll show everything again. Now I gave this advice to Cable and I didn't even fall asleep for myself, is I would like to add some sort of indication of where the iris on the eyes is. So in order to do that, I'm going to first, how do I want to approach this? I'm going to subdivide this once. I'm going to create a layer. This is going to be, oops, name iris. And then I'm going to create another layer for rotation. That way if I have to adjust the iris, I can. If I have to add, what's it called? Rotation to it, I can. Stuff like that. She's very cross-eyed. Very cross-eyed. I'm wondering, I'm always torn about how big you should make the iris. Realistically, they're usually not as big as I like to make them. But I think what I had was too small. That should do the trick. Okay. So now that I know this, I'm actually going to use the clipping tool. Wrong way. That's too big. That's probably too big again. Okay. So that's pretty good. Okay. And I hope that my rotation tool is in the right place still. It looks like it. We're going to create a new layer. We're going to name this rotation. Okay. And we will rotate this outwards. This is a great time for this particular tool. This is a very huge challenge to do. Whoa. Okay. This is a huge challenge when I was using the transpose tool. But now that I have this, it makes life a lot easier. So now I can kind of rotate the eye a little bit. Realistically, the eyes should be pretty straightforward on a human, but when I do stylized eyes, they're generally pretty big. And because they're bigger on the face, that means that they have to wrap around the side of the head a little bit more, so they're going to be angled outwards a little bit in order to be centered. Otherwise, you're going to get a cross-eyed looking character. Something to keep in mind for stylized versus realism. But I always rotate them out a little bit. We're not doing it yet. You haven't done it yourself? Fool! Well, like I said, Cable, is that I don't go too much into the details until I get a retopo. Now that I have the retopo, I can kind of delve a little bit deeper. But yes, I am a fool. Theater is now following. Thank you for following. Boo! Transpose! Boo! I actually like it for some things, but not everything. Cross-eyed more cute. That's fair. She also needs some crunkles. She does not have crunkles. We can add those too. Oh wait, I'm gonna create a. So I have my backup file that has the base mesh with a morph target. I usually like to have that on hand in case anything goes horribly wrong. But now that I'm at a higher subdivision level, I can create my morph target at the higher level. So on the note of the using a decimated model, not decimated, sorry, a Dynamesh model versus a clean topology model. I know this was asked earlier. So you can see here, look at this. She's got all these little bumps
You can see all these little bumps on her back here. These are all poles from what I projected. This mesh no longer has those, so I can get rid of them very easily. But the original mesh just had tons of triangles in them. So you're gonna get these little bumps all over your model if you use a Dynamesh model throughout the whole process. That's why you get a clean mesh and you clean things up, because you cannot get rid of these meshes, these little bumps very easily. You can, like, if you really work at it and like use your H polish and stuff, but as soon as you try to use your smooth brush, it's not going to work. And I like my smooth brush. So that's something to keep in mind, right? You're gonna want to go in there and get a nice mesh so that you can clean these things up. So now if I went through here, I'd be like, woo, and I just fade them away. They're gone. Look at that. Smooth, gone, done, easy. Now that I have a nice clean mesh, it's very easy to have a smooth surface. So I highly, highly, highly recommend putting in the time to create a nice mesh. You'll notice that I still get one little bump here because there is a pole there. But there's only one, so that's easy to work with. Let me turn perspective back on. Yeah, it's hard to get used to. But the thing is, like, I used it from the very beginning, so I'm by default used to it. So it's fine. So now that we have a proper eye, we have a proper topology and all that stuff, I can fix things up, like line things up with the eye. Now, a fun thing here is you'll notice that because I've flattened this off for to create that kind of flattened eye example, right? But because I put this on layers, I can now say, like, I keep that rotation, but I turn off the visibility on the iris, and now I can easily line up the eyelid with where the eyeball would be, right? And you could even, if you want to have like a realistic eye where the cornea sticks out a little bit, you could say, like, oh, I have another layer where it sticks out, and then you can, pop them back and forth and align it that way. I'm also going to put on some more music for myself again. Give me a second. Oh, yeah. I'm going to lower the subdivision levels now. So this is also a great reason to have subdivision levels, is now I can create this nice clean arc on the eye. It doesn't have to get fully touch on the inside here, mainly because she's going to have, the crunkle there. But it does have to come in a bit, right? And this is also a very common mistake on faces, is where folks don't have the eye go back far enough. But it does go back fairly far. It has to wrap around this eyeball. And, it varies, right? It depends on what style you're going for. Sometimes you want a flatter eye. But if you're at the point where you're just like, I want to have a flatter face, like a more stylized, cartoony look, then you're going to want to think about the option of disc eyes. You're not going to want to use spherical eyes, because at that point, they're just not going to fit in that kind of face. But if you're going to have spherical eyes, you got to make sure that you match them. You fit your face to it. But a lot of the times, I'll see models where the eyelids will be floating way, way off the face, and I do it sometimes too. And I'll notice when I go to the low poly, and I'll have to go back. So it's an easy mistake to make. But just make sure you spend the time and just delve deep into there. And if I was to hide the eye, we can see, like, the inside of the eye doesn't go quite as far as the outside, but it does go in pretty far. It's not like out here, right? But yeah, we'll just make sure that everything is just fitting properly. And I can also stand to add a little bit more thickness to the eyelid. And the face doesn't have to be 100% right now. I'm just getting a little bit closer, so I'm a little bit more satisfied with myself. Like I said before, sometimes you'll go against what is, technically ideal to kind of make something easier to work on. So in an ideal world, you'd bring up everything to the same level at the same time, but you might not be happy doing that. And if it means like just spending a little bit extra time on the face and bringing the face up a little bit more than the rest of the body, just to make it easier to work on, because you're like, okay, now I'm satisfied. I made something that I'm a little bit more confident about. Then do it, right? Hey, Mushy Mushy, how you doing? Too late to join the Z class? I wouldn't say so. Hereticulous, welcome. You are a little bit behind, so if you want to start now, you'll have a lot of catching up to do. And I don't know how much feedback I'll be able to give you because at this point I have to give feedback to the people that are onto the sculpting phase. But if you want to do the design stuff, or if you want to come in with a design and start sculpting, you can. We're not that far in though. We've only just started doing the body and we've just retopped it. So you're not that far behind and all the VODs are up, so I wouldn't worry too much. Yeah. But yeah, we're going to be getting into clothing and stuff probably next week. I was hoping to get into it this week, but I don't think we will. Yeah, it's already noon. So next week we'll start doing the clothing and stuff. But we have a nice body here, right? And I can probably start doing stuff like adding the tail, the braid, the asymmetry to the hands, stuff like that. Is croissant easier than English? That doesn't even make sense. I'll keep my make. There you go. Naked. Okay, we can start working on this eyelid a little bit. I'm trying to give her face a little bit more structure, because like a lot of artists, I have that kind of same face syndrome going on. I'm just trying to make sure that I don't fall into that trap too much. So I've been trying to like say like, oh, maybe I'll like emphasize the cheekbones a little bit, give her a little bit of uniqueness to her face. Doesn't have to be too much, but just enough to make it a little bit more interesting. And who knows, I could always double back or something. I'm trying to think of how I want her ears to work too, because she's got these kind of like feline like ears. So I'm not sure if she would have this kind of like what's it called? Cartilage. That's the word I was looking for. But we'll see. Character has to be a specific style or description? No, it does not. So we did do a survey at the beginning for a character prompt. I'm following the character prompt because that's what like I felt like that would be something that people wanted to see because that's what was voted on. But you don't have to follow it. The idea of a character prompt is mainly just to give you ideas if you don't have any. And you can even bring a design if you aren't really interested in getting any better at concepting. Okay. So that's looking kind of cool. I think that not a big fan of this indent on the side of her eye. I'm gonna work that out. gonna. I don't know if I want to have like a crevice per se. Like I could maybe just have this kind of sharper. Maybe I'll smooth that out a little bit. Yeah, that's a bit more towards what I'm looking for. Let me start pulling this in a little bit. So I can really start getting into the nitty gritty now that I've done the projection and stuff like that. Because again, like during the projection, you really lose a lot. Um, so I don't normally go into too much detail. Also, when you're in the Dynamesh phase, like I mentioned before, you get a lot of bumps and lumps and stuff, and I don't even bother trying to clean that stuff up in that phase because there's very little you can do about it. So guys, I'm off to take a nap. All right, have a great nap. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah. Yeah, this is in my opinion the most satisfying part. Like after you just gotten this nice new topology, just going over everything and cleaning it up. So I'm making sure that this crevice now lines up with the edge flow. Because if it doesn't, then you're not going to get a clean line, which defeats the whole point of having it in the first place. So I'm just going over it again, and I will just move this around so that it looks nice. Yeah. I'm gonna find some more reference for eyes later and really refine it a bit more. But you know, this is like the major shape. I highly recommend looking at a lot of eye images when you're going at it. Make sure that your shapes are very, very clean, because it's more. I'd argue it's the most important part of your character is the eyes. Really put some time into those, because when people look at a character acting, they're gonna look at their face a lot. Now, keep in mind that is a vague statement because obviously games you're mainly looking at the character from the back. But the reason I say this is like if you have cutscenes and stuff like that, then you want to make sure that the face is good, especially like for promotional material and stuff like that. Yeah. Um, so it's important. It's very important to get the eyes right. Also, if the eyes are a little like people will see issues in the eye before they'll see issues in anything else. Like you can get away with issues in a lot of places. Eyes is very, very hard to get away with anything. Yeah, you'll see it right off the bat. Yeah, we're starting to get a nice clean line there now. Still needs work, but we're getting there. Now, there's also this kind of like meaty buildup on the outer side of the eye here, right? So you get a little bit more flesh overhang. That'll vary a lot depending on the ethnicity as well as the age of the character, but there's always a little bit there. On an older character, it'll be a lot droopier too, because like as you get older, all those muscles kind of sag. You'll see like this kind of part just kind of like droop over the eye. I'm gonna get a little bit of this overlap on the eyelids. I don't really see this a lot. It's like this is always a tricky area, like getting the corner of the eye. There's a lot of areas that that can stump you for sure. And I obviously I would never say that I know enough. I know very very little when it comes to like proper structure and form. I know enough to get myself by, but I want to be better at it, and I think everyone should strive to be better, right? So, but I do know a few things. And that's why like that's not the focus of this workshop. The main focus here is like I wanted to show you guys process um, and just help you guys bring your own ideas to fruition, right? But the more you do these things, the better you'll get at it. The eye is a portal to the soul. There you go. That classic line. I want to have her nose a little bit pointier. I don't want to have like this funky nose. She's not supposed to have one. I want her face to be a little bit more elegant, but um, her body to be a little bit more like tougher, if that makes sense. And that's just the whole idea of idealization, right? It's like it's not necessarily realistic. If it's tough characters, they'll have like this really rough looking face, but um, I'm trying to get appeal. And let me take that back. Appeal doesn't necessarily mean that it's like a pretty face. Appeal is like doesn't fit. But I mean, like I want the character to feel idealized. Feel is not the right word there. I'm sorry. Yeah, there we go. I'm gonna soften up the lips a little bit. There's a big crease there. I'm gonna have to go in there and revisit this. I should save. I have not saved this at all. Not a final save. I've only done quick saves. But I'm gonna actually create a proper save. I usually like to add a little tag after the name of my file, just to kind of remind me what I was doing at that part. Ooh, that's oval. So I can what I'm gonna do too is I'm gonna load up the one from before stream. I usually like to load up the one from before stream so I can kind of compare. You're not gonna notice a lot of differences. I'll be real with you, because I'm really doing stuff that only really matters close up. I'm still a little bit skeptical about the cheeks, the sharper line on the cheeks, but I think I'll want to play around with it. I definitely don't want to just create another soft face because I do that a lot. Add a little bit more the jaw there, perhaps a little bit more of a jaw, but I'm going to pull it in, like a little bit more out to the back, but a little bit further in. Okay. I'm going to put this tablet back on my lap because I put it up to go in Maya, but now we're back in ZBrush, right? And we've been here for a while. So I want to have it sit a little bit better. All right. We're going to turn that hair back on. The eyelashes, we got to get those lined up again. Okay, because I've moved the eye around, these eyelashes clearly do not work. And so I'm going to make sure, these are also placeholder. I'm going to rebuild these later. But I want them to be as close as possible because they will kind of define what the face looks like, right? Ooh, hold on. I lost that a little bit. So I was going for this kind of like upward angle cat eye shape, and I've lost that. So I'm going to bring that back by pulling this up a bit. The almond eyes, I guess you'd also call them.
Yeah, I would love if I had more emote slots, Cable, but that's not feasible, unfortunately. There's so many, but that's why I have the reward to swap out emotes, so that we can change them up now and then. Right, I'm noticing here that I'm off the line a bit. I'm gonna pull this back in, and then I'm just gonna yank them down a little bit. More emote slots now. Yeah, I'm not pushing for that because like this isn't supposed to be like a what's the word, like a financial thing, right? So I don't want people to feel like they have to subscribe and stuff like that. In fact, like the first few emote slots I got them by like just buying out subs and then just randomly dishing them out. I wanted to make sure we at least had a little bit of like a handful, just to play around with. Pull that eyelid in. Now I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Oh, ring a ding, bling bling. It's now following. They are following. Quite the name. But I'll be honest with you guys. I make this mistake a lot where I don't give the eyes enough time, and then I get to the low poly and I realize, oh, nothing lines up anymore. So I'm actually working on that myself to kind of make sure that these things are cleaner and that I do it properly and actually like wrap and fit. So as I'm teaching you guys, I am kind of improving my workflow a little bit. That name, I know, right? Quite the name. It's memorable. Yeah. So the eyelids are they kind of go back into the head a little bit, right? So right now they're kind of inflated forward. Obviously, if you had an eye that doesn't have a lot of that crevice in it, it would be different. But um, this face is a little bit more Caucasian, so yank it down a little bit. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna get to the clothing today, but I will polish the hair a little bit more. I love Asian eyes, like the upper lid looks so good. It's very interesting. The shapes, I agree. I like that a lot too. There you go. I think that's coming on together a little bit better. I'm still a little bit on edge about the size of the eyes. You know, I've always been someone who creates these like really giant eyes on characters, but I'm wondering if I should make them smaller. Uh, we'll see. Which brush do you use to mark face planes? H polish. It's a brush called face plane. Okay. Cable. Trying to throw off mushy mushy. No, I use H polish, and then I'll kind of emphasize the edges with standard and damn standard. A little bit of a there's like this little mound on the above the eyelid above the eyebrow. I'm just emphasizing that a little bit. Yeah. There's a lot of things that I commonly do that I'm trying to like push back on. Like I usually sink in the eyes a little bit too much, I think. I want to make sure that the nose comes back a good bit. There's a, there's the build up here. I wish I could tell you what the name of this muscle is, but actually I think it's fat. It's not a muscle at all. You have fat buildup. And I'm not going for something realistic either, so I'm not emphasizing that crevice too much. Just enough. Just enough to kind of get it. But yeah, that's another thing that I always go back and forth on, right? It's just like, how much do you fight yourself when you're working, right? Because you build up a style by default, and a style is just mainly bad habits, really, a lot of the time, if not all the time. At least you can see it that way, right? Like there are all ways that you're kind of breaking reality, and you got to say like, well, am I bending things the right way, or should I double back and pull in um, some more reality, right? Or even or maybe take it away, right? Or maybe maybe you're just going too far in a direction. But it's like the idea of, when I say fighting yourself, it's the idea of saying like, how do you go against those habits, or do you keep doing them? Uh, I'm my worst enemy when it comes to style. My friend tells me to model other people's concepts to learn new styles. Hmm. Yeah, I do. I do think it's good to explore. I do think it's good to explore, for sure. I haven't explored in a little while, though. I'll be honest. The last time I felt like I was exploring was when I made the Zelda model like 2 years ago. And then I've been using that style and playing around with that style for a while. And this is my old style from before that. But I do hope that I am evolving things a little bit. Like I'm doing lips a little differently than I normally do, and facial features a little bit differently than I normally do. Not notably, but just a little bit. Um, like even the idea of like building up the cheekbones and kind of defining the face a little bit more. A lot of my characters are very soft and kind of boring, if I'm honest. So I'm trying to make this character a little bit more interesting. That's why, like, I was on the fence as to whether or not I should go with like the disguise and whatnot, and I consciously decided that I shouldn't, because then I'd just be falling back into myself a little bit too much. Mind you, I don't want to explore too much here because I am trying to teach you guys things, And if I'm exploring, then I'm not really um, on task, right? I'd be kind of wandering a little bit. So I'm not pushing the boundaries too much, but I am doing a little bit more research and trying to expand my own knowledge as well while I try to share what I know. I'm also a little weak in the design department, so I can learn from other artists too. Yeah, it's you do learn a lot from design when you work from other artists' concepts. And honestly, when you're going into a company, you're going to be working from designs. Very rarely, if ever, are you going to actually be designing things yourself. Um, so you want to be, if you want to get a job somewhere, you should be able to work off of someone else's design. It's very important. Hmm. My question is, do I make the dragon hand? I could do it. Man, this is gonna be a huge pain. This is something I've never done before, is make asymmetrical hands. Because it's going to be a pain. But that's okay. We're in it to win it. Um, let's do that for fun. Why not? Also, I'm gonna bring the hair back. There we go. And if I don't like it, I can just use the mirror tool to bring it all back. Also, I have my morph target. Yeah, it's definitely not feeling like my concept yet. So there's a lot to do. I'm thinking once I get like some of the clothing and stuff in, it'll help. Also the hair. So there's a lot of stuff I can do to kind of get there, but right now we're definitely not there yet. Okay. Actually, I'm just going to only use the hand here, maybe a little bit more than that. And we're going to scale that hand up. This is when I like to use the transpose tool. If I don't want to like mess up um, my pivot, then I can do this. Oh boy, I'm gonna hate my life later. I'm gonna hate my life later. It's okay. When we get to rigging, there's gonna be a lot of angry stuff. I'm gonna be yelling it past me or current me. Future me is gonna be yelling at current me. Be like, "What the hell did you do?" But you know, that's just how it is. Just be like, "Why do you hate yourself?" I don't know. I don't know. All right. Anger is part of being an artist, indeed. This arm is also going to be a lot muscular. A lot muscular. A lot more muscular. It's the intense dragon arm. I'm going to be like really just delving into these details here. You can see a lot of the lumpiness in this arm right now because it still has the noise from the what's it called, the Dynamesh. I'm probably going to emphasize the fact that this is actually two muscles on this arm to kind of make this arm feel like it's got a lot more going on, a lot more buff. So like how I imagine this character fighting is she has the one sword arm, but then she'll like swing the one arm and then just go and like punch the other punch with the other hand. I'm really going to be defining the knuckles and stuff too. Let's really sharpen things up and pull things out. And I'm also gonna have to make this all scaly. I'm probably gonna make a brush for scales, but we'll see. I might make that brush off stream too, because that's something that I just gotta explore a little bit. And then when we go on stream, I'll just kind of talk about how I set it up. I'll have to do a few things off stream because again, we're gonna be doing some rigging, and I haven't rigged from scratch in a long time because I made some tools for it. So I'm gonna have to go and remind myself how some things work. But yeah, we're gonna be keeping our rig also fairly simple because we are working from scratch. And I do want to make sure that it's easy to follow along. So I hope y'all are okay with that. But I was pretty clear about that at the beginning. I did say like we're not gonna be doing like any of the stretch heat stuff. It'll just be, you know, your standard IK legs, FK arms. I might do an IK FK switch for the arms. We might go over that. But I think the legs will definitely just be IK only. Essentially, I'll be showing you guys how I created my first rigs, right? Before when I first started out. I think it's good to work that way too, right? You kind of start with the basics, and then once you know some stuff and you've built some stuff, you can kind of get a little bit more in depth. I forgot to turn on backface masking. At least I realized my mistake before I went too far. How's this looking? I think it's looking too much like a human hand, which is just a little bit jarring. If I'm gonna do this, I really gotta push it. You know what I mean? It's gotta feel gnarly. Radically gnarly, dude. That's right. I'm cool. Yeah, I'm just gonna really emphasize those knuckles. Just yank them right out. I haven't made a rig from scratch in a really long time. I've only worked with auto rigs as of late. Yeah. But we'll do it together. We can fumble our way through it. But the idea is like I just want to like teach people how to, you know, bring their own ideas to life, right? So that was the whole point of this workshop, and I'm hoping people will follow along right to the end, and maybe create their own little experiences with it. Because by the end of this, everyone will have a model that's animating and running around in Unity, third person. Then you can do whatever you want from there. Hey, Alexstern. Different setup? Oh, you mean my overlay? That's because we're doing the workshop right now, so I cleaned it up a lot, just because I don't want to have all this extra noise for stuff that's going up on YouTube. Will the dragon hand be a different subtool? No, it's currently all connected. Which part of the process is UVs? After we top load. Mic also seems different. I changed some settings around. I hope it's not terrible. But you're gonna retopo everything and then UVs, or do UVs as you retopo? I'm gonna retopo everything and then do UVs. It sounds more webcam-ish. Oh no. It could be webcam. Hold on. No, it's my Yeti mic. Yeah, it's not webcam. Okay. Yeah, I've never been very good with audio. I just tried to make it a little bit better. I was trying to reduce the echo and the noise from outside. So on my Yeti mic, I reduced the gain. So it's probably a little quieter. It's probably the noise suppression then. The noise suppression gets cranked. It can reduce the fidelity a little. I've actually reduced this noise suppression, but I reduced the gain. I reduced both of those things. Yeah, it's weird, but you know, that was giving me the best I could muster. Oh, I'll play around with it maybe again off stream or something. I don't know. Wish I could follow along with the workshop, but damn, ZBrush is expensive. You don't have to use ZBrush. You could use Blender. I'm a little spoiled by Unity and Unreal being free. Oh yeah. But yeah, if you wanted to use Blender and sculpt in there, and then export an OBJ or something, or an FBX, I can work with that. Yeah, you can follow along with whatever you want. You just have to export it into a format that I can actually get at it. So I would ideally would like an OBJ or an FBX. And then I can just open it up in ZBrush and review it in here. And then I can just re-export an OBJ and send it back. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna bulk this up a little bit more. Definitely need to build up those muscles more. And I want this arm to feel, there we go. Now we're starting to actually feel like it's a different arm, as opposed to just an incorrectly sculpted right arm. Showing intention in your work is very, very important. That'd be perfect. Awesome. So the workshop is, yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's just, I'm just basically going through the workflow and looking at everyone's work as we go along. We're just doing it together as a team. Like I would say that this isn't a workshop in the traditional sense, but maybe it is. Um, I'm treating it a little bit looser. It's not quite as structured as a normal workshop would be. Maybe I can catch up with you guys Monday or Tuesday. I've got a ton of work this weekend. Yeah, no worries. Um, I have the past VODs up on YouTube. I haven't shared them yet, but if you're around at the end of the stream, I did say I would post them at the end. I'll post a link, I should say. I should probably make a command for that, actually. I'll do that later. When I initially set up the commands, I just that playlist didn't exist because we had just started, right? And I created the playlist after I uploaded the first video. I'm not jiving with these fingers. Fix that. I'm gonna deflate this finger a little bit, and then maybe inflate the tips a little bit. They're gonna be a little bit chunkier, obviously, than her normal hand. Like a workshop VOD command? Yeah, exactly. Welcome, enjoy, man. I hope the day's treating you well, friend. I'm alive, no one can deny it. This is true. I got a question for you. Do you know if 3D code is still used for sculpting in the industry? Seems like a dying software to me. I have not seen it used for sculpting anywhere, but I do like using it for retopo, and I'm currently using it for retopo at my current company. Mind you, there's tons of tools for retopo, like Topo Gun is the big one that a lot of people will use. I do want to explore Topo Gun again. I want to give it another go. I didn't like it when I first tried it, but I'd be down to try it again with the new version. This topology is a little bit all messed up in there. I'm gonna just soften that off a little bit so it doesn't have that weird crease in there. Yeah. All right, thanks. Yeah, no problem. It's growing in popularity every day. Yeah, if I can work faster with it, then I will get it. If it doesn't speed up my workflow though, then I'm not gonna bother. That's usually what my criteria is when getting software is just like, can I do things faster? If I can do things faster, then it's worth getting. Time is the most valuable resource. So you should get better at Retopo too? I'm a little skeptical, but we'll see. it does what I need it to do when I need it to do it. But as you can see when I was working it can be very finicky and frustrating, right? Things get welded together. Not the most ideal. Oh, damn it. My man had said is zooming. Oh yeah, people speed on the highway near me all the time. I'm no longer surprised. When I first moved here, I was kind of shocked how many people were just going ridiculously fast. Now it's just like, oh yeah, people just do that. A couple streams ago, people thought it was a plane. I'm like, no, that's a car. No, that's a car. Everyone's got somewhere they got to be for some reason. I don't know where you got to be that fast on a Saturday, but all the power to you, I guess. I live right next to a little parkway, and sometimes someone will drive by with enough gas to rattle picture frames. Yeah. Rushing to a booty call? Yeah, perhaps. I don't know. The world's hectic enough as it is. Why like just bolt everywhere, I guess. I used to be that way. I still am sometimes, I suppose. But like always just rushing to be somewhere. Just don't have the energy anymore. Um, what you building here? I am working on. I'll show you the concept that I've made a couple weeks ago. So this is the design. Oops. No, don't delete this file. This is the design that we did on stream for our current character creation workshop that I'm running. And I'm working on the hand right now. Maybe like stuff is live. Damn, better step on the gas. That's right. Oh man. Don't mean to pester, but would you mind if I asked another question? No, go for it. Don't have the energy anymore. Speaking like an old man, aren't we? Yeah. I mean, that's what it is, dude. Definitely not, Akibar. How long do you estimate this will take? The workshop is going to go on for another month and a half ish, and we stream once a week. Well, we stream the workshop once a week. The other stream is just for other stuff. Is there a base mesh everyone is using for the workshop? No, we created everything from scratch. We actually went through the last two streams. We're creating our base body. Is what we were doing the last two classes. I'm not a proponent. Proponent, I think is the right word. I don't think it's a good idea when you're trying to learn to start with a base mesh. You're not going to learn much, in my opinion. Then I do have quite a bit of catching up to do. A little bit. Poly count you aiming on it before on this model? Probably around 50. But I'm not being too strict about that. That really is kind of irrelevant for what we're trying to do here. I'll use what I need to. I'm not going to excessively add polygons or anything like that, but I'm not going to be too worried if I go above that or if there's, you know. Yeah. It's definitely not my concern for this. I'm gonna have to do the anatomy on this arm twice now because the arms are different. Oh well, whatever. I'll do the other arm off stream, I think. Just the same nonsense anyway. I just wanted to get a little bit of the character together, you know. That arm could probably even be bigger. Question: a AAA game aimed for PC development in Unreal with realistic stuff. How much polygon do you think your character model has? Close to 100K, probably. At this point, probably. Yeah. Question for you: would you say it's easier to start with characters with more symmetrical design, so there's less work? It is easier. It is easier, but I don't think that should deter you from either. I think if it's a cool design, then go for it. I will say that in a production, you're probably not going to see a lot of characters with asymmetrical hands. That's definitely not a thing that is very production friendly. If this is for work, like, the tech artist would kill me. The 100K today's standard is not that crazy. No, not really. I mean, like, I can't say for 100% because like I haven't looked at today's, like I haven't looked at any models from recently released games. But around the time that Last of Us came out, back when I was like looking into doing realistic stuff, models are about 70 to 80K. And that was 2 or 3 years ago. Yeah, I mean, Yeah, you don't want to piss people off. You don't want to piss off anybody, right? So you don't want anyone to be like, oh god, this guy. Right? Do you mind not all character models are created equal? Yes. Yeah. Oh yeah, 100% Joybane. Like a random guy in a tower obviously would be lower. But I'm considering right now that everybody here who's creating a model is creating a protagonist. Is my kind of assumption. But yeah, thank you for clarifying. Yeah. Also, models will have LODs, of course, right? So that is the high, right? That would be LOD 0, but then obviously you're gonna cut them down for when you're viewing at a distance. And usually LOD 0 will only be used for cutscenes and stuff like that. Just another thing to be aware of, you know? How do you load a different LOD model in an engine? Every engine handles it differently. Unity has like a little node that you attach to your mesh, and then you say like at this distance it's this, at this distance it's this. I was actually just looking into that the other day because I was trying to do it for my game. I haven't done it yet, but I will because the trees are starting to lag the game, so I need to have some LODs for those trees. I think the big issue for modern engines hardware is draw calls. Now you still don't want 150k animation, smooth deformation, and frozen. Thank you for the raid. Thank you. I will let me finish reading this. Don't want 150k for animation, smooth, animation, deform. I mean, it can work. It depends on what you're trying to do, right? But how's your stream work, bro? How are things? Welcome in. I hope you had a good time. What time is it now? Oh boy. Oh, it's 1:15. Oh my god. All right, I gotta end this soon. But we made some progress. I didn't get as far as I wanted, as usual. But we retopped the model. We did some more body and anatomy stuff. We can touch up on the hair a little bit for the last little bit, and I will also have to look at Cable's model. But yeah, we'll get to that. 4-hour VOD? Yeah, man. Words hard, super high poly models don't rig well. If they have good topology, it's fine. And if you're going for something that's high fidelity, you have to do it. If you're working in like if you're doing something for cinematics, they're gonna be pretty high. But you often have like you can also have like a lower poly version of it that you rig and then you transfer weights over and stuff like that. But it'll take longer to do. But at a AAA company or a large animation studio, they'll burn the money and the time. They'll do whatever they need to. Okay, I'm still trying to think of how I want to break this up. I do think that I want to separate this little strand at the bottom off. So I'm going to do that. When sculpting, do you just use tools provided on the sidebar, like sculpting area Blender? Or is it like Photoshop where you will also have different kinds of brushes in addition to... You can add more brushes, but everything I use is out of the box. Okay. All right.
So like the body, I Z remesh the hair as well, obviously. And we're probably gonna hide some stuff so that we can project this properly. So I'm gonna just duplicate this, or actually, let me smooth this area out first. A little bit late, Cage. Oh man, hair, my worst nightmare. I actually really enjoy hair. Maybe not the cards as much, but sculpted hair is very nice and fun. But yeah, I see where you're coming from, Cicada, especially with having, um, spent so much time making all this really detailed, complex hair. Better late than never. It's true. Wow, 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 wow. All right. Remesh. Where are you? All right. This will do the trick. I still haven't fully figured out this hair, so I might retop it again later and break stuff off. I'm still deciding whether I want to have this more segmented or sculpted, but we'll see. We'll leave it like this for now. Okay. Ooh, that was a mistake. Hold on. I don't like this. This isn't okay. I'm actually gonna redo this one more time. Just a little bit higher so that it doesn't have that stupid pole right in the middle of the head. Clueless Seb is now following. Thank you for following. Alright, this is a little bit better. This is tolerable. A little denser than I would like, but I think it's worth it. Okay. And the eyes. Alright. Now we have some retopo. And the big thing is I want to retopo that now so that I have, because then I can retopo with symmetry, and then I can start doing some asymmetrical things. Make this hair a little bit more interesting, because right now it looks pretty bad. But, you gotta start somewhere, right? And as I go, I might say like, oh man, I think I should have just broken off some parts. And then if that's the case, I'll just go and do that. But, you gotta explore, right? This hair is actually supposed to be very asymmetrical. This actually goes down like this in front of her face a little bit more. I'm probably going to stop the VOD when I look at Cable's model and do the notes there. I guess I could leave it up. It's getting to be a very long video. Right now I'm just trying to get in this little strand here. The more I think about it, the more I kind of want to break stuff off, but we'll see. We'll still see. I'm not going to do that today. I'm also realizing that this isn't touching your head in any way. we're gonna increase the volume inside here. Make sure that the hair actually reaches the forehead.
Stop it before giving feedback? Okay. That's what 1.5 speed is for. I expect people to play all these VODs at double speed. Realistically. I'm not a fast talker, and I'm a slow worker. Is that tool you were using to add more volume, like the clay strips? It's a clay buildup tool. So the brushes I normally use are these. Clay buildup, standard, dam standard, H polish, inflate, pinch, move topological, topological, morph, smooth. Smooth light is just a slightly modified smooth brush that has the curve a little bit adjusted. So if you go into the curve here, oh sorry, I'm not in the brush tab. Curve, curve, but oops, hold on. I forget. Oh, here, edit curve. This is the smooth light brush, and this is the default smooth brush. And the idea of this adjusted curve is it makes it so that the smooth isn't quite as intense and it doesn't blow away your details. I'm gonna play this so fast it's gonna look like PowerPoint presentation. All right. That is a lot less intense, yeah. Because I find, well, not me. This is like, oh shoot, I forget the guy's last name. His first name is Scott, and he had done created these books on sculpting, and that's how I first got into sculpting. As I read his books, and Scott Spencer, yeah. And he had written up how to create, like how to soften up a brush, and I used it and I really liked it and I agreed with that, so I still use it to this day. You can probably get a similar effect just by reducing the intensity of the smooth brush, but it's not quite the same. Because also the arc of the curve is different, right? So it's just different areas get smoothed in different ways. I'm just derping around with the high poly cube and Blender just to try out some tools. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, no rush. We're gonna be we're almost done the stream for today anyway. So I wouldn't worry too much. This is also going to curve inward a little bit. I'm just trying to get the base shapes in now. Oh, that's going right into her noggin. Let's push that out a little bit. Ah, got a butt close up. It's a good break, yeah. Breaks are important. The hair is starting to look better. It's not there yet, but it's starting to get better. Just kind of shaping things out more. I'm still, yeah, I'll probably end up breaking off at the very least some of these strands, if not all of them. Because again, having a nice clean skull cap is nice too. But we'll see. Yeah, so I'm just playing around with the idea of like, if I did break it up, where would I put the lines, you know? Okay. And I think we're nearing to a good place for today. I'm sorry I didn't get to the clothing. So we'll cover the clothing next week. But we have a good amount here. I'm going to carry on with this hair sculpt off stream too. Get the horns in a good place, you know. Just start refining more. It's all the same process, right? You're just going in, adding more and more detail, layering things out. So I'm not doing anything crazy, but I will be doing a little bit more. As much as I would love to stream everything, it's just you'd be watching hours and hours of footage, right? And that's not necessarily fun, right? But I do upload. I will upload all the streams that we do, so at least that's something. And I hope you're all okay with that. I'm gonna break up the symmetry on the bottom here, since we're able to now go in and do that. And slowly but surely, I think we're starting to get something that looks pretty okay. I was a little worried. I've been a little bit worried about the quality of this, but it's okay. We're getting somewhere. Don't worry about it. Oh. I want to make sure that I make something that's good, so I will worry about it. But yeah, because I want the folks watching this to be able to put their faith in me, and if I make something that doesn't come out great, then I don't think I can really um, get that kind of faith, you know. Yeah. Finding out the shapes for the hair is always a fun thing. just trying to figure out like what like how I want the hair to feel. Like, do I want it to feel like chunky or sleek, right? So right now it's pretty like chunky looking hair, right? And it's kind of the direction that I initially wanted. But I also want to wonder is like, would it look better if I had more sleeker, thinner strands, right? But I tend to like this kind of like chunky, clunky look. And I want to also pick out like where I want sharp edges and where I want soft edges, and kind of figure out that general flow of things. But I think that might be a good place for us to end today. We started refining stuff. We got our topology in. Basically, we covered all the technical stuff, right? So that's important. And it's the same kind of process as we go through the rest of it, right? I guess one thing to notice, you'll notice that when I retopped the hair, I was a lot less picky about it than I was with the face. Like I did it really quickly, and that's because like I don't have like there isn't really any specific shapes to the hair that I need to hit. So I don't need to have specific loops in specific areas or anything like that, right? I can get away with a little bit more. So I'm less finicky about it. I think it's important to kind of balance that out for yourself. Pick and choose where you want to spend your time, right? Because obviously you can't be doing like little throwaway things forever. You want to finish a thing, but you also don't want to be too hasty and not give the love and time that something needs, right? But you know, a base topology, for sculpting, I'm less concerned about. Obviously, final topology, we're gonna put our time in and we're gonna do it properly. But things like that, right? Like even these horns, I'll probably just do like a quick remesh and same kind of thing, and not worry about it too much because the big thing is just the sculpting, right? Um, I'm also gonna have to create another chunk for the horns because it has like the secondary piece that branches off that I still got. Just so that you know like the stuff that I'll be doing off stream and not to be too worried about it. Right? And we're just gonna carry on, and it's the same process. I might want to actually get her eye patch in there too off stream because the eye patch is kind of important to figuring out her face. But we'll get there eventually. You can have a quick look at a comparison from before and after. Not a huge notable difference, obviously. But, we have fingers now. The fingers now, the face is cleaned up. We actually have a mouth pocket, which we didn't before. So, like everything is kind of welded together and merged. The eyes I've cleaned up a lot, like they were very muddy. We did a lot of things that you're only really going to see at close up. But it's all necessary. And that's important too, is like don't feel disheartened if you're not seeing a lot of changes. Because some things just take more time than others, right? And if we really wanted to look back, we could look back into last weekend. This is where we were at last weekend. That visibly feels good, right? Like that kind of changes. Anyway, I'm gonna stop the VOD here. I'm also gonna save this because I haven't saved since last time we talked about saving. All right. Let me stop the VOD. So anyone watching the VOD, thanks for hanging out. I'm just gonna go over one of the submissions, and then we're going to finish off there.